too had same technical difficulty issues at the beginning of our streams.
Always fun. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Last time, oh, I have no idea what happened last time. It's been 2 weeks since we... It's been 2 weeks.
Last time we survived, yeah, we are going to the next part of the trial. We found a suspicious bloodstain in the locker room.
Oh yeah, and Meatkins was arrested, right?
It was attacked. He was arrested because apparently they think he's the killer. Because remember, there's 2 deaths.
Right.
So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Oh, that was Lana.
The victim was murdered in 2 separate places at the same time.
And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Oh wait, was that Lana the whole time? Why did I don't
no,
have
this
like
is the new. This is a new Lana.
No. I mean
Lana.
I mean the dialogue. Did that say Lana?
I think so.
God dang. How come I don't have like
I think you're.
I don't have the option to go
what?
back with the text.
It's weird.
Even the Miku fan-made visual novel had the option to go back with the text. Why doesn't this game?
I don't know.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
Oh, you know what? Actually, give me 1 sec. I just noticed a problem. Okay, there we go. It's finished. Or fixed.
Oh,
okay.
Nice.
So, how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspected. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
Wait, as in she gets off scot-free? No.
No, they take capital punishment off the table if she pretty much testifies against herself. That's what plea bargains generally are.
Okay, so like she's gonna get a shorter sentence?
Not necessarily. So, like,
I don't know
life,
what capital punishment is, so...
basically death.
Oh!
So instead of death, it's life in prison.
Wow. Is that what happens to everybody? We get, you
know how most people, like, you hear, like, a crime, it says, so-and-so pleaded guilty. That means, like, before the trial starts, you talk with the prosecution, everyone in the case sits down and chats about it. The defense and the prosecutor try to figure out all the information that they have. They share all the information they have. And then a plea bargain is set up. And if the defense takes that plea bargain, the case does not go in front of a judge or jury. It is settled outside of court.
Okay.
Then they just stand in front of the judge. The judge asks them how do they plead. They plead guilty, and then they proceed to take whatever punishment they get.
Ah.
Same basic thing happens in a traffic court. I had to go to traffic court, and same thing happened. And I just had to plead no contest, and I got like 2 points on my license.
Ooh, that sucks.
But it wasn't even, no, it wasn't even that. I think I had paid like $70 because it wasn't even my car. So yeah, a little bit about law, but this is California, Japan, so this is different.
Right.
But Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
Yep.
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you had to do, Mr. Wright. All right. Court time.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by call to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
We're dealing with aliens.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things.
I want him on top of me.
Oh God. That caught me off guard. Emma, no. Me and your sister, we kind of agreed not to do that type of stuff.
Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
Why is this funny? This was supposed to be a quick little joke. It should not be that. Am I 5 years old? Come on. All right.
We're
Back to
five,
it.
dude. We're 5.
Well, I'll live with it. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
Meekins?
The
Meekins.
suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Hey, what kind of stream would it be if things didn't get wild? Hey, Meekins.
It's Meekins. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir! I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir!
Is that his voice?
I think he's changed voice, but at the same time, I think every character has changed voice at least once. I like it. As
Fair
long
enough.
as you kind of go like high pitch.
My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir!
Did he just admit?
Yeah! Court is adjourned. Please bring in the dancing lobsters.
Isn't it dancing crabs?
It's dancing lobsters if we're talking about the Amanda show.
I have not watched that in a long time. When did that air? 15 years ago?
Something like that. Long ass time ago.
Long ass time ago.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir! It was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I never kill anyone again, sir! You've got to believe me, sir!
Actually, what we'd like to hear...
Sir! I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions
Fair enough.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Meekins,
Yes, sir!
give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir! As you wish! After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir!
You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. Oh God, I have to
Crime report, sir.
I have to cross-examine in this voice.
Yes.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
You know what that voice reminds me of?
What?
The chocolate sailor from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
I don't know that guy.
He was like a one-off character.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir.
You good over there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes!
God.
Now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not orderly performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by Chief Detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. And that was my sole mission for the day, sir.
They set him on guard duty of a freaking mascot.
Oh, God.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
So he was watching the Blue Badger for the day. Suspicious man on the security screen. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card. Am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
Okay.
There it is. I found it. It's the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh. But the number 449899596 is shown as being used twice.
Weird. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
was when I spotted the man in the security room.
Or on the security screen. Okay, so ID of all who entered the courtroom.
Yeah, this just got updated. Can we take a look at that real quick?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Okay, it's got to be more.
I think it's
here we go.
Page. Oh, there we go. We have a lot of evidence.
Yeah. Okay, so...
So we don't know who entered 420. Edruff came 20 minutes after that, and then left. Meekins came in to drop off the Blue Badger. Bruce Goodman came in, and then Meekins came in to follow. So we have a timeline of events.
Okay.
Although we do not know who lucky number 7 is.
Hey, wait, actually, now that I think about it, Meekins said he saw a guy on the screen and he went back into the room, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't that mean his thing would have to appear here a third time?
No, because of the fact that this logs every single time someone enters that room. So the first Meekins, the 450, was him going into the evidence room to drop off the Blue Badger.
All right.
And then, for some reason, Goodman crossed the gates, like the security room, and entered without Meekins seeing him. But Meekins saw him in the security camera, and then went in to confront him.
I thought he said he went down
on there
to
twice.
get the Blue Badger and bring it back out.
No, his duty was to guard it, and he thought, oh, let me guard it, put it in the evidence room.
Fair enough. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. Damn.
That's when I reacted, sir! I swung my arm like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my head.
Maybe if you had just kept your cool, your hand would be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
I fought for my life, then I did it.
What did he do?
What exactly do you mean when you said you did it?
I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir.
Okay.
The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
There you go, Meekins.
See. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then, the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in the face, sir!
After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how was I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. Say, I just thought of something else.
What's up?
Would somebody else have had to use their key to get into the room to find him?
Yes, and
That
that's
didn't appear on the record.
Yeah, for some reason we don't have that record. Remember, that record was given to us by Marshall. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
Judge just does not care.
When I came around through, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
sir! I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand!
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this! It was sent to my jail cell! Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir!
The chief?
Delivered it?
What is that? Videotape?
Yes, sir! That's absolutely right, sir! A videotape, sir!
Why the hell does this guy still have a megaphone? Come on, he's in a trial.
He probably still has his gun, too.
What?
He probably still has his gun, too. Can you imagine this man with a gun?
Oh my god! He would shoot it once and the recoil would just come smack him back in the face and break his nose.
It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room!
Objection! What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And was told it has been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir! It's the only thing I'm really good at!
Aw, poor Meekins.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Meekins, you'd make a great office assistant. That's not a bad career choice.
That's good, you know? Especially if he's like a young generation, you know?
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir! It scares me!
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Remember when I told you that there's a incredibly detailed portion of this? I think this is it.
Are we actually about to get like an animation?
Yeah. This is DS hardware, bro! They didn't have the limited Game Boy anymore, so they could mess around with this. Oh, hello.
Ooh.
There's the Blue Badger in all his glory. And of course, we can't see his person. You notice the thing fell down? Oh, there's Meekins! He's about to beat a bitch.
Something fell down. I did not catch that.
We get a chance to redo all this. Oh! Dude's dead.
Wow.
Did you ever watch that movie in no, what was it called? I had the name of it, but I forgot it. Damn.
I can't help you remember because there are a lot of movies.
Right.
What was
Paranormal
it?
Activity. That's it.
Paranormal Activity.
Yes.
No, but I think I saw clips of a parody of it.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. The second movie had a rotating, like they took a fan, the oscillation of a fan, and attached a camera to it, so it kind of gave it that.
Ah.
Whoa! Okay.
We're pissed.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
We're not ready for this talk, Judge. What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood?
Wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir! That is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir! It is the Blue Badger, sir!
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Okay.
Yes. Well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room. And some sort of,
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir! As you wish, sir!
Mystery Man.
His face can't clearly be seen in the video. But there's no question that the person was Detective Goodman, sir! I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir! So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it!
He does have a point.
what's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been. Okay. The victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay, let's double check and see what we have to contradict him with. Let's take a look.
Maybe we could take a look at the video one more time.
Okay. Video from the security room placed in the evidence room.
I want to see...
Okay, so something about a
you
piece
could
of
probably-
plywood.
Yeah, there's a piece of paper that comes out of that locker.
Okay.
The man behind the slaughter.
Hey, no, that looked like a glove.
That was a glove. Wait a second, that light has been on that entire time.
What light? There's a bunch of
The
them.
light on the locker, you know how each locker has like a dulled light? And then look at this locker that just was opened.
Oh, it
Notice
was
how that light's
unlocked.
on? It was unlocked.
Interesting.
That's who we're trying to figure out, Wolfo. And then there's Meekin's
Dead.
cold, not dead body.
That looks like, you know those memes where you party too hard and die?
Yes.
That's
And look,
exactly what that is.
The blue badger posing right in front of it too. Oh, also the cloth.
Cloth?
Okay, look. So, yeah, there's the light. There's no light on it. You know how there was a cloth hanging from the locker when we first came in? The
Okay.
far right one, far left one.
Yeah, we didn't
go
collect
ahead
that as
and-
evidence, did we?
No, I don't think so. Go ahead and check that video one more time.
Okay, checking the video one more time.
So we'll get a good glimpse of it after we pass the blue badger again. So right there, you see the light. That's what I was talking about.
Okay,
All that good stuff.
okay. the
There's also a
lights-
handprint on the blue badger.
Was there?
He
That's-
walks by. Look, that far left locker has no cloth coming out of it.
Okay, far left.
Right on
locker.
his, right underneath his right eye, there's a fingerprint or handprint.
Right above his right eye.
No, right below his right eye. I'm sorry. Look, no cloth. And then when we, after the struggle,
Okay, so they start fighting.
still no cloth. We come over.
Okay.
You partied too hard.
Okay, I see the handprint now too.
Mm-hmm. Party too hard. Blue Badger looks like he's like, I'll do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
Oh, then the cloth is there.
Yes. And that was Marshall's locker.
Interesting. Oh, and then Meekins is gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, it just repeats.
Oh, it repeats. Okay, so let's... Just for safe measure. Yeah, there's no cloth. Okay.
So let's press Meekins for all he's worth. Maybe we get something that might cause a contradiction.
Okay. His face can't clearly be seen in the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with the knife.
Sir, if you must label a person as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe it would be classified as the latter.
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him off, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir.
Oh, God.
I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see?
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it.
I'll take that bet.
But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me?
We need you to identify, damn it!
Jesus Christ!
If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins! Having been shown the questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
He opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. Okay, so we've got, like, we haven't established that the locker was already unlocked, so that'd be hard to argue here.
We could. Let's press it just to be safe.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too.
The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from the people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles.
The hopeless romantic Meekins.
Oh dear.
I like this guy. He's annoying, but you know, he's likable. For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information, though, I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprints.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir! If I might say something, sir!
Please, do. After all, you're the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in the case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
I can.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video?
I think this is our chance to present it.
Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? The video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Oh, go to hell with this.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
We were going to do that anyway. He would want me to point it out?
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times! I can't stand watching this video!
We'll watch as many times we want.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Budget cuts.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates this may not have been Detective Goodman?
Okay, so the light. I just gotta click on the light.
Yep.
Oh. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir! Do you mean me, sir?
Else.
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir!
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture.
Blue Badger song. You gotta love it. Why is the light on?
Am I supposed to click something?
No, it's just refreshing.
When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little to earlier. Oh, a diamond. Check the guy in white shoulder.
He's talking about we're not too sure if he's Bruce or not. The guy in the suit, the trench coat, he got stabbed in the shoulder apparently.
Okay.
I noticed that as well, but I think sometimes you had to play this game in whatever it's asking you first.
Well, thanks for
Thank
the
you,
diamond,
Shadow. I did see that as well. We will keep that in mind. He's like, oh, whoops, I forgot my key.
Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit!
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
That face, though.
Did he choke himself with his own handcuffs?
I think so.
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would have detected and reported any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
We do have an explanation.
Me, Your Honor?
Remember that glove?
Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? The glove?
Yeah, remember
Yes!
that glove that fell out?
Yeah.
That could have protected. Let's go ahead and check the footage, or we're about to see the footage anyway, so
Okay.
don't worry about it.
Extremely
Extremely
thin. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system's sensors? Something jammed the sensor, say? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too! There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage!
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this.
Okay, so go ahead and fast forward just a tad bit. We need to get the victim. Okay, now it's going to be through here. Now pause. Point out that glove.
Please, watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
Now this got real creepy without the Blue Badger music.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors open. I often fall out and roll great distances.
Gracious. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say? Or what if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
That explains why the glove was found outside the locker.
Ah. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
What the?
These are some serious budget cuts.
You know what they said when they were writing this guy? They wanted someone that is stupid but lovable.
Well, the lovable is a work in progress. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits that description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relative evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
Alright, so we gotta just find that glove again. Extremely thin rubber glove. Okay. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp asserts to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir! It would appear so, sir!
Order! 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 So we are to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, but nothing more. And nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well. Begin your testimony.
Mystery Man 2.
Mystery Man 2.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had to use his ID card.
An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, hmm? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID card. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
I thought it seemed kind of small. Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too. Although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There's only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
I think this guy's about to get the record for most times cross-examined in a single trial. Well, I guess keeping is cool for the most part. I think we got like, did we get 3 or 4 cross-examinations out of April, May, or Mr. White?
I think it was like 4 at least.
That must have been Mr. White. Anywho. There's one other thing that proves it was Detective Goodman.
It's green text. You don't have to read it in the character's voice since we already heard it.
Yeah, I just had to remind myself of that. So, unlike your earlier testimony, do you believe this to be rock solid?
Yes, sir! Solid as stone, sir! If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir!
Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
Wonder, was this in the anime? This episode?
Yeah. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir! This card right next to my cuffs, sir! I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck.
Dear God, this guy is such a lost cause.
Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck.
Every time he gets out of his car, he gets stuck.
Oh my gracious.
Every time he gets out of his car as well, a moving vehicle, he stumbles out of the door.
Oh my... Yikes. Oh, okay. Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
Edgeworth has the look of fucking course, Your Honor. So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again.
He may be behind all
Hey,
this.
maybe he-
Being the prosecutor, he could hide evidence.
Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't scare him. Don't stare at him.
You've got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of according to my actions, or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. No, I don't have to read it like that. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Unless the knife is his ID.
Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. What do I have?
So why would the point stands? Why would they show a knife if they could just show their ID?
Okay, so what should I show to argue something like that? Is the question.
Oh wait. Can we check Goodman's ID number? Oh no, it's already confirmed. Never mind.
This one?
Yes, it's 5842189, and then ID card log.
Let's double check just to be safe. Okay, 58. Okay, so it's the same number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this person had Goodman's card.
Yes, and we have to prove it. How odd.
How odd indeed.
Should we present the ID card on that third statement?
Let's see. There's one thing that proves this man was Detective Goodman's suit. Okay.
Or fourth statement. Then why did he present the knife?
That's what we need to argue in the court, but...
I think you have to present it here.
The card?
I think so.
Worth a shot. Okay. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir! I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department.
That is right.
Oh, that's right. We found that card over by the car, didn't we?
Yes.
Oh, that makes
30
sense.
minutes away.
I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report? It's only half complete.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right?
So what if I do, bitch? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one... What?
Oh, go ahead.
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought.
I have a question about the audience.
Okay.
Why would a mother bring her child to watch a court case about a murder?
She probably would have put Tetris on her phone or something and hoped the kid didn't get bored. But yeah, bad parenting all around. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response?
Oh, he's got something.
He got something. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
But bravo!
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes. What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to point... only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing it with your finger around.
This isn't going to end well. Uh-oh.
Well. Seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. Oh, the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Bitch just pulled out an Uno reverse card and then a +4. Damn.
Yes.
Oh,
And
God.
then, you know, and then
Lana
he did-
is
you know
so
what he did?
screwed. We are so screwed.
He put a reverse card, and then he hit us with a wild 4, called a red, and then put another wild 4 right on top.
And then just fucked us in the ear to top it all off. My God, we are done. This case is over. We are
What type of Uno do you
screwed.
play? What the hell?
What?
What type of Uno do you play?
Extreme Uno. My uncle
Okay,
taught
remind me not to play Uno with you then.
Okay.
At the prosecution's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess?
We gotta object.
What the fuck are we supposed to object with?
Good. Marshall's fingerprints.
Huh?
Why is he bloody?
This? Found on
Yeah,
the
Marshall's fingerprints. Why does he have bloody fingerprints in the evidence room?
body. Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder.
And then here comes the cloth.
Okay.
Right there.
However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call out a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear the person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he'd have to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. He shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
Recess!
Hooray! I'm gonna go play on the most dangerous part of the playground.
Oh, the ice cream van. That's not really a van, right?
Right! Do you ever have like one of those zip line type pieces of a playground?
Not really a zip line, but it's like kind of a... Like you kind of hang on to something.
Yeah, you hang on to that handle and then you slide down a track.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we had one of those at my elementary school, but then some dumbass got hurt on it, so they removed it.
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
It's always that one retard that, you know, ruins it for everybody else.
I mean, yeah, that is true.
It's so unfair. This is why, like, there's also that one guy who's... Did you ever have, like, the incident where dodgeball was removed because some kid got his little gay feelings hurt?
No, we never had dodgeball removed, but we did lose privileges of Yo Mama contests.
Wait, what?
Someone actually took the Yo Mama jokes to heart and got offended.
Oh my god.
So we weren't allowed to say it. This was in middle school.
We're growing up on a generation of fragile little bitches. We're fucked. But we'll worry about that when the apocalypse comes.
There's no stopping you there's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out. Lana?
You're the one who knows everything!
Emma.
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Dang! What is going on with you? You know what?
She's changed.
I've had a feeling for a while. I think someone is threatening Emma in order to get Lana to do something not so great. I've got that kind of theory, you know? They're threatening to hurt Emma if she doesn't, you know, comply.
Right, like she's being blackmailed or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yo, Mr. White's on this girl. I'm calling it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, hello.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Staring daggers at him. Everyone's just crying in here. Phoenix just like, Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
He just sulks away. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you're calling me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I just there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh! You mean this, right?
You seem a little overexcited, Gumshoe.
He's incredibly happy. My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Phoenix is like that one kid that's reading in recess. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor. We're a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness? Oh, a witness in the SL9 incident. Files for Joe Derek killings. Oh, Joe... Oh, no, that's Joe Derek. I thought it said Joe
I think
Drake.
it's dark. I think it's dark. Like the E is silent.
Ah, okay. Joe Dark killings. Solved 2 years ago.
He was a serial killer, so I think they're going with like the dark theme.
Ah.
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with that, with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma? But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No. It couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that?
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
The Joe Dark? No, Lana! It's over with, no!
Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma Skye. Everyone involved in this case is connected to these killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I'd better take a good look at this file.
Yeah, let's take a look at that real quick. Oh, to be continued. There's just a new wrinkle every single time with this one.
Sheesh. I'm not gonna have like enough save spaces for this entire trial.
We got no assistant.
Crap.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back.
Can you take the court records real quick so we can take a look at SL9?
Okay, files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Okay, incident number 9, or incident number SL9, close. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall.
Oh, Jake had a brother.
Yeah, and he's a victim. He was a victim of the murder. Witnesses.
Oh!
Head prosecutor, Edgeworth.
Ooh! Ooh! Okay.
Remember they said that this was Edgeworth's first major breakthrough case?
Right. And Lana Skye and Emma Skye witnessed that. So, like, a 14-year-old Emma probably witnessed a murder.
Yes.
That does irreversible damage.
Yes.
Poor kid. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Grant, Lana Skye. Head investigator.
It's Damon Gant, by the way.
Oh,
not Grant.
My bad. Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Oh, Damon Gant's the head of the police department, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
2 years ago, he was an investigator.
Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr.
Jake Marshall was an investigator for a crime where his brother was a victim.
Okay.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. He's drinking on the job. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling winds calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
If you listen to the howling winds, you'll hear it, and Edgeworth said it. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
Can he speak that?
I don't think so. My job was to keep a wary eye on the Bone Orchard. They said I was supposed to be making rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the Street Side Saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Dang! Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprints activated lock, yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those?
What are you talking about? You have a locker! Right?
He does have a locker. He might not know about those locks.
He's not being very helpful.
He's not good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weakness. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Day of the crime.
How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time died in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the records.
Interred the recordings.
Of the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tapes. If nothing unusual is recorded, the tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? That ain't my style. So you deliberately disobeyed orders?
Yes.
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner?
Apparently I ain't, partner.
I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperado I know joins the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime,
Just between you and me, I don't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I ain't been in that crypt in weeks.
How did this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. The hell?
That's... Are you kidding me? It's literally a chain and maybe 3 sets of gears.
You know what the funniest thing is?
Eh?
You know how like pretty much universal a bicycle is. But
Yeah.
if you told someone to draw a bicycle with no reference, you would get a different drawing every single time from different people. No one can nail down the exact mechanics of a bike.
Really?
Yeah, it's so weird. I read that the other day and I just kind of was thinking in my mind, do I really know how to draw a perfect bicycle without a reference?
I mean, perfect bicycle is subjective. But it's literally just, you know, the chain attaches to the back chain. Or no, you got the pedals, which is chained to the back wheel, which propels the bike forward. How can that, like...
Like
I mean, I
how's
get
the
like
bike-
everybody's gonna draw something different.
Mm-hmm. No, like you're trying to like draw everything like in exact detail. I'm not like talking about like a stick figure bicycle.
In
I
exact
guess.
detail. Yeah, I mean, because there's like how many thousands of different kinds of bikes?
Yeah, that's true. No, I thought that was pretty interesting, like a little fun fact.
Seems kind of like basic logic to me. Anywho, that's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handers cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down.
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlo's vongole sapella pasta.
Okay, vongole sepia pasta. I wonder if that's a type of seasoning or spice.
I guess it's probably a type of pasta. Let's check that out real quick.
Sure.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?"
Apparently, that is Italian for spaghetti with clams.
Spaghetti with clams, huh?
Well, that's spaghetti alla vogo. I don't know about the one he just said.
I mean, the fact that he said spaghetti was like, I was honestly expecting him to say like beef roast or something. Fresh chicken, I don't know.
Well,
Spaghetti with
it's
clams, like
play-
that's... Spaghetti with clams is about as far away from cowboy meal as I can think.
It's a play on the whole the genre spaghetti western.
Fair enough. Okay.
I'm just an innocent man traveling.
Oh, sorry. I thought I may have.
No,
Okay,
it's
just
okay.
innocent. So if you're out of ammo.
It's time to hit the trail.
Out of ammo, Officer Marshall?
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan on pinning me on this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My still horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Okay, so he was keeping an eye on the orchard. Suppose I was supposed to make 3 rounds, but I need my style. Protected by 2 security systems. Let me double check real fast. Okay, so we found Marshall's fingerprints found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. Okay. Okay, so where do we... Didn't he say he never went in there at some point?
Well, according to like the repeat thing, he's saying we have to up the ante.
How? We
I don't
pressed
know.
everything. Haven't we?
Give me one moment. I'm not too sure what to make of all this.
At the time it went down. You gotta be careful about the trump card, obviously. Okay. Okay, so this unstable jar. A piece is missing. Evidence locker. Did they say who this locker was assigned to? Or is that the same place where we found the handprint? Ah.
So it's saying present the print on the 4th or 5th statement.
Okay.
So this one or that one.
This one or that one.
Mm-hmm.
This was going to be my first guess if we couldn't figure it out. So.
Right? The fact he's saying, like, up the ante, I was like, what are we supposed to do?
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? Ooh. He may have just been like, what's going on?
What's going on? What are you saying there, partner?
After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypts. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month.
And he's supposed to do it 3 times a day?
3 times a day, he does once a month. We need you to, like, look around here 3 times a week, 3 times a day. I could do once a month, take it or leave it.
You're fired.
Okay, partner. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Whoa.
He's got the high-heeled boots and everything.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the scene of the crime?
The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall,
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
Hmm?
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the bloodstained fingerprints?
Very well. You may begin with your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Bloodstained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room.
Fair enough, but, blood. How's that natural?
One of them just happened to be the same place my bloodstained handprint as the bloodstained handprint. The murderers touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
How much facial hair does this guy actually have? He keeps shaving. It's like, at some point you gotta, leave a spot.
The murderer was leaving gloves. See? I had nothing to do with it.
We'll see
Let's
about
check
that.
the court records to see that.
Okay, let's see. We have the court record. He says he has nothing to do with it, except there's bloody fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that, there was also that videotape.
Yeah, you just passed it.
Yeah, I know, I'm just scrolling through.
Okay.
We'll see.
The witness's explanation appears valid. Although, there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
Fair enough.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it.
Like I said, it's only natural my fingerprint would be in that evidence room.
That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use.
But he said he doesn't know how to use this thing because it's a machine.
No, he knows how to open it. He doesn't know how it's opened. He has no clue about the fingerprints.
Oh, fair enough.
All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay, found on a bloody handprint, Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped.
So now we know for sure that's Marshall's locker.
One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint.
There's one thing I want to double check about that, the killer. Did he really have gloves?
The killer? Oh, in the videotape?
Yeah, in the videotape.
The quote-unquote killer. Let's take a look.
It's so long.
Dear Lord.
Hey there, Blue Badger. How you doing, buddy?
My life is pain!
Always the kidder.
He doesn't look like he's wearing gloves.
No, it does not look like it.
These are DS graphics, technically, so we do have to be... No, I don't see anything
No,
that resembles...
those are hands.
Interesting.
Okay, bye, Blue Badger.
So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered in my own fingerprints. It just so happened.
The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue that just the opposite. Chances of that not happening. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. That's not how probability works.
What?
Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't going to get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You want to know why?
Unrelated?
They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder.
He is right. Although seemingly alike, they are totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
Let's press it.
That's not true. How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion.
Okay, well we checked that tape and there were no gloves on his hands.
Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape. You can see like Japanese still written on the tape.
Yep, they didn't change it.
The security tape.
So long as my trial isn't there, so long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise.
But it is.
It is. You know what this is going, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that videotape, right, partner? What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't showing. Or, the camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught in the tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
So we need to fast forward. Remember that cloth coming from that?
Yeah, it's been on my mind for a while.
Okay. Just want to double check we're on the same page. The Blue Badger just witnessing all this taking place and just has
My
a cold
existence
stare.
is suffering!
And then Gumshoe's just like, yep, buddy. Yeah, you're mine.
Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you had to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witness's, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh yeah, those annoying sounds that the videotapes would make.
My existence is pain. All I
And
see
my
is
suffering!
All I see is hell.
Oh! The white cloth! It's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order! Order! It would seem that's the only...
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. He thinks he's so smart. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
Because you just became a wanted man. This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call you bluff. You say I open that locker. Now prove it.
I guess I would present the lockers itself. Only
Yep.
assigned to Detective's print. Only the assigned Detective prints can unlock it.
Fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The locker can only be opened by the detective they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people on the force that don't even know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
There's the breakdown. I've only got one word for you, partner. No! Oh, I love the breakdowns.
Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself!
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you're doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay, please answer the question.
And we got a new follower, Drang3D. Welcome. What is he now, a bullfighter?
Olay!
That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Ooh, this is,
He was the killer.
What? Really?
Yeah, because remember, so all we know from the videotape is Officer Meekins and Goodman entered the evidence room.
okay.
Just because of the fact of the IDs. Goodman, however, lost his ID the day of the crime. We don't know if it was truly Goodman. It could have been Marshall pretending to be Goodman, accessing his locker.
Interesting theory.
That's the only way he can hide.
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warped theory.
Oh, the chamber's empty, partner. Better reload.
Now they're ganging up on me.
Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was.
Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be...
Well then, let's hear it.
What are you thinking?
I'm kind of reading. It's saying victim spot.
Victim spot. Oh, right.
Oh, Meekins is the killer in this.
Oh my god.
in this
Oh,
thing.
wow. Wow.
Makes sense.
Total just brain melt right there. Jesus. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified that the man's reaction was when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir! Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes. He would have needed it to enter the evidence room. So he must have been carrying it.
A chimplett just followed. Thank you. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he would show that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
Ooh.
You've been quite the you've got quite an investigation, partner.
Imagination?
Oh, you got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt?
Let me double check.
Just imagine this in real life, just like, is there any proof without a shadow of doubt? Give me one moment, Honor. I'm looking through my evidence.
What do we have? Okay, so most of this stuff has something to do with the other crime scene. Goodman lost item report, evidence room floor plans, glove, evidence locker.
So remember when Shadow pointed something out to us? This
No.
is the time for it. Keep going. We do have evidence.
Something about the diamond, right? Or something he said in his diamond. Check the guy in the white shoulder.
I'll be right back.
Okay. The guy in the white shoulder? In the tape, you mean? His shoulder, huh? Shoulder? A wristwatch. I'm checking his arms. I don't think I can pause this, so it doesn't make things easy. Okay, on his shoulder. Blood on the shoulder. Okay.
All right, I'm back.
I think I might have found it.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Okay.
do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well,
Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that!
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
the basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was disguised.
Why do you think that this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
Why would he open that locker? Think about it. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Do you have an idea what this cloth is?
Well, I'll tell you what I did see. I watched the video back while you were gone, and I did happen to notice a single moment where there was blood on the guy's shoulder.
Yes.
Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape.
I think I know what you're talking about.
After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
You don't want to go walking around a police
I'm
department.
in so much pain!
All I see is pain. Hell.
Okay, here we go.
Huzzah!
Look
There
at that.
it is.
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet.
Yeah.
However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner. I just now noticed the spurs on his boots.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you're only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's a donor. Oh, he's the donor.
It's way too much blood for such a small donation.
Marshall's confession.
All right. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even had to ask, partner?
the SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. The incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I...
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I would be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card.
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID.
I'll have to think a little bit more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. Me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
It's still with him, as you can see.
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and...
Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera.
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who go into desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If I had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing at the time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is on that day,
Any murder.
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't.
Huh?
What? Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
well, this
That is
raises
a new
questions. What?
Wait, that would mean Edgeworth and then all sevens.
It's one
They're
of
the
them?
only other. It was one of them because they're the only other ones that came into the evidence room.
Huh.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
I don't think that's how court works. Oh, no, wait, no, we have the Fifth Amendment. Never mind. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are even a valid solution.
Like I said, this ain't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget SO9 incident, you know?
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I could say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. something went down on that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is? I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. We saw his brother's name in there.
Yep. I think we presented on that part right there, the last statement.
Okay. Now let's just double check. So the victims. Neil Marshall.
So page 2, victims.
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident files here. The name, Marshall, mentioned in here is... in a list of the murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor? Well, that makes things interesting.
Yeah.
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
Damn.
Now we have the full story.
Now I'm sad.
Yeah. He was investigating the murder with Damon Gans, the then deputy of chief of police. Oh, that's that fourth guy, remember?
Oh, the guy in the bottom left corner.
Mm-hmm. The group of detectives I was a part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. There he is. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark.
Oh?
I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Ooh.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SO9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguised himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The thing that happened by chance never ceased to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident in the police department today.
Oh, this is only the second day of the trial.
Yeah, we have
Holy
a third day.
hot damn! But
There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
ah!
Does that count as a word? I
I
rest my case.
guess yes. Even if it's not a real word, it is a sound uttered through his mouth.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Hold it!
Huh? Emma!
Your Honor, wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection! A scientific objection! Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor! All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please!
Have mercy, Edgeworth.
I don't want to leave any loose ends.
Oh, thank God.
You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentioned it, the names of both The names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
Oh.
So did you find something?
No.
You had one job, Emma! You just blew it! Well done!
We were on like the height of everything. Like, we were gonna win this, and then just sunk like a
We were
roller
like, oh
coaster.
shit, Emma's got something, Emma's got something! I don't have anything! Bitch! You were our only hope!
Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
You just blew this whole trial.
Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have.
She does bring up an interesting point. Whose blood is that?
If we can find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy!
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
Yes, it does. It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Can you do a court records real quick?
Yeah, okay. Okay, let's...
Do we have that handprint in our evidence?
We've got Marshall's... We've got Marshall's locker.
Got the jar, which I don't think that has anything to do with it.
A jar... Gumshoe was working on this jar, wasn't he?
Yeah, and we fixed it.
But there's blood prints on it.
It's just the pattern on it.
No. There's blood on it. You can see the little red dots.
That has nothing to do with it. That's SL9 thing.
Goodman's lost item report, screwdriver evidence from a past case, Edgeworth's brought back.
I just thought of something. Let's check the police record, the videotape.
Oh, the videotape of that locker. Okay.
Let's see if that was that handprint there.
How are we supposed to know with this bastard right here?
That's the thing. The badger's right in front of it.
Wait a minute.
Why would it be right there?
Why?
Yeah, I get that Meekins put it up here, but still. And also, you can kind of see it's not behind. Like, you can kind of see behind it. You don't see a handprint. Let's object.
This handprint left at the scene of the crime clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us
The
pray
handprint
that
on the handprint on the blue badger. Remember on the face, there's a handprint?
Oh, there is a print on the blue badger.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
All this evidence here. There's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
The blue badger. Marcel's back here. What about that piece of plywood?
The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
So that means... just what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched...
Balderdash.
Balderdash. It's an old term.
I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Huh?
And then he was placed in the trunk. Remember, we're trying to prove Lana Skye did not kill Goodman.
Okay.
So we're still working on the theory that he died in that evidence room.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood marks on the locker proves this.
Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then,
You know what it is?
The document that shows when the record when people were going into the room.
Yep.
now then, will the evidence please present this defense? Or will the defense please present its evidence?
Will the evidence please present the defense? Evidence. He's right here, Your Honor.
Okay, let me just double check. We're saying this happened the same day?
Yeah. It had
All
to be.
right.
Otherwise, why would it had to be at 4:20 p.m.
Very well. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card. Oh! The ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at...
Let's see
4:50.
here. 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah! Oh! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. By the real murderer.
I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that is physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer.
Besides, he didn't have his card, so he couldn't use the card.
That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 17. Oh, my bad.
That's 127 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The only elite we've seen so far is Gant.
He's the top dog in the PD.
Oh, okay. Well then,
we don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
but that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
A court order, obviously.
If an official charge is filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her. The defendant sitting over there.
Lana?
Your own little executive.
Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
You forged evidence? Lana?
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
You fool.
Phoenix just sitting here like, I'm glad I'm not defending her on this case. on that case. That crime. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No!
Order! 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 Order!
Chaos in the courtroom cannot be quelled.
The
The
conclusion.
conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. Did they just murder an innocent man?
Oh no. I guess we'll do this investigation, then we'll call it.
All right.
February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
Wait. What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he was murdered, Officer Marshall's brother. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
So he's not so innocent.
Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me.
So that means you.
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Yikes.
Yeah.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to make me a hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the officer for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean you provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, it's all my fault.
It's all Lana's fault. She pretty much drug Edgeworth's name through the mud.
Jeez.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Continue without me.
Okay.
If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. Wow. Well, this took a turn. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'll become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Yikes, this is like...
It's getting deep.
Yeah, I mean, like, I see Lana's reasoning. I mean, that murderer nearly killed her sister.
Yes, so...
Like, I can see, like, perhaps a instinct kicking in to be like, destroy him before he has another chance to destroy my family.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's causes a really, I get it, but at the same time, you have to prosecute everything according to law.
Yeah, no, I'm not defending what Lana did. I'm just saying I understand where it comes from.
Oh,
no,
exactly.
Lana is unjustifiably in the wrong. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. Or, no, that's Emma's voice. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, She was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Indeed.
All right, let's move out. Wright and Co. move out. Do-do-do-do-do. Ring, ring. Caused quite the stir.
Lana!
Mr. Wright, seems I keep causing you trouble.
Damn right. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
Because that breaks down trust in the system, my dear.
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty!
Be like Batman, chick. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessed Officer Marshall can be. Obsessive.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all the drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder in the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness said, Miss Starr said. What the witness, Miss Starr said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing! They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed!
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command. That means the investigation was led by Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of crime was me.
Now you tell us?
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stage, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall had let their guards down, then fled the room. Man was brave. You see how big Gant was?
Oh, yeah, no.
Dude looks like he could take a truck heading 60 miles per hour straight at him and just stands completely still afterwards.
Gant would have just picked him up and just folded him twice over.
Man is huge. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana.
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh, Lord. When I returned to my office, I thought I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out,
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
what did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence.
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance?
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to the extreme because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely.
I'm guessing he actually used to do his job?
I think so. It sounded like Angel Starr also cared a lot. Notice how Angel Starr was completely removed from the force? Marshall was demoted.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
The dude got the death sentence. What is more? Unless...
We're missing something. There's like 1 or 2 pieces here of the puzzle that we're missing. And they're not the corner pieces. It's right in the middle. We don't know what this thing is until we get these pieces. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I share. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
Wright and Co. Roll out.
I guess here. Prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I wonder if there's anything new around here. Nope. Okay,
That
so...
doesn't look like it.
Oh, we need to go to the police department, don't we?
Yes, police department entrance.
Maybe we should check in on our buddy Edgeworth real fast.
It's the boy.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
He's in his hearing.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later.
The mood is really kind of just soured. Everyone's so, like, melancholy right now.
I can't blame him.
I'm just waiting for Gumshoe to come in and just lighten up the mood with his hijinks. Oh!
Oh.
Howdy, Bambita.
What the hell? Why aren't you in jail?
I have no clue.
Oh, Mr. Marshall!
I never thought things turned out the way this way when I woke up this morning. Que Sarah, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you. Eh, Bambita? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, Pon.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do the prosecutor's head rest? Why did the prospector's head rest? If ever was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy reports, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon.
Well then.
However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility has been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind?
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time.
That is too young, man. Damn.
That's my age. Like, holy
Yikes.
crap. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was a thunder. I can't believe 2 years has already gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
Someone's covering tracks.
There
was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambita. I mean, Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambita, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. There's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
Yes. A little slow in the beginning, but the payoff was nice.
Mm-hmm. He's not truly a bad guy. His methods were bad, but
His methods are definitely punishable.
mm-hmm. Oh, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve punishment.
It was certainly
I
enlightening.
feel as if I might have done the same thing. The same situation.
You would have stolen evidence? Try and get to the bottom of this?
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Fair enough.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today.
Your actions have consequences. You should have listened to Sammy Classic Sonic Fan, or whatever his name was.
You freaking fricks! When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
Marshall just starts belting that out.
When we all learn that your actions have consequences.
When will y'all learn? When y'all freaking fricks would learn that your actions have consequences. Also, that boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything.
He was a pawn.
That someone is Damon Gant.
So it was his plan to use false evidence?
I don't know.
I think that's
Basically, what he's saying is, basically everyone in this case with the SL9, with the exception of Gant and Sky, were all pawns that were manipulated by Gant and Sky. And they were disposed of as proper, as deemed necessary. They wanted Marshall to keep that case because they had control over Marshall, but he died, so they put Edgeworth on the case, kept him in the dark.
Damn.
Don't blame me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Dang.
Bye, Marshall. That's the last we see Marshall.
Ever? Aww.
Ever. I don't know if that's like giving stuff away, but no, I don't think so.
I mean, if that's the last time we ever see him, then I assume he's in jail for a few years.
Yeah.
That really does
Criminals
suck.
Affairs, let's go in.
And this place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Clearly not. That must mean everyone's so... That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, the chief and I don't know.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're in the conference room.
Or what the hell was this? I don't know. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
Good lord. I know that feel.
Mm-hmm.
Did I ever tell you about the first senior day at the store I worked at?
Senior day?
Yeah, so what was going on is when COVID was in its early stages, the company I worked for started doing like a 1 hour senior day kind of thing, where 1 hour.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
I think it was
like first hour or something like that is.
I think it was like
just for 65 and over.
Yeah, I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays we did it on. The first day we ever did it, you know, I go into work. I mean, this was early. I was called in like 6:30 in the morning. So I go in. I'm expecting it to be a pretty normal day, you know, and the rest of the staff was too. We're just like, all right, so this is our first senior day, you know. There was a fucking tsunami. I can't even find the words to describe it, but just a just like a dam broke, and all the seniors in the friggin' country, I'm willing to bet, just came into the store and just wiped the shelves pretty much. We had to, like, we've never done this before. We had to open all 8 registers, every, like, self-scan checkout, and the lines were still going back into the aisles. It was chaos for a solid hour.
Holy crap.
It was worse than every holiday combined. I mean, you've worked at a grocery store. You know the Christmas rush.
Yes.
Multiply it by, like, 10, and that's being conservative.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't ever work the holidays.
At Home Depot, the senior hours was for the first hour of a Sunday. And we had people standing up front, like the front doors. We blocked off one of the doors for exit only, and then one was entrance only. And we blocked off the entrance to the garden section. And senior day was like the first hour, so it was like from 6 to 7. I had a shift at like 7 o'clock. I came in, and the guy at the front stopped me because he didn't recognize me. This was like my first week in the job. So I'm like, dude, I work here. I'm the new appliance guy. They're like, no, I think the guy was like a manager that didn't know. And people don't get hired for appliances. They get promoted. So he's like, there's no way. No one gets hired to appliances. I'm like, well, I did. Now let me in. I'm going to be late. Everything worked out in the end, but...
And Texas wants to fully open up. Well, actually, I agree with Texas. Alright, anywho. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other end, to the other building, and take the elevator up to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to just go in? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're...
Oh, god damn it!
Shut up, Emma!
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Oh, okay, we can go in.
Yeah, we still can go in there.
Is that a pipe organ?
Yes.
Excuse me? What in the what tarnation?
My dude has drip.
Drip is one thing, but a pipe organ? Some of these are like 3 stories high.
The man has a pipe organ. Oh, Gold Connor, that's a play on words. Gumshoe is a another name for a detective. So
and his name's actually Dick Gumshoe.
Yeah, so that's his last name. It's a family name.
He might actually be Richard Gumshoe, but I think it's all funnier to us if we imagine he's Dick Gumshoe.
I mean, it also makes sense too because Dick is was a old slang for detective as well. So his name is literally Detective.
Also, he would be the kid everybody would talk to just so they could say Dick in school.
Right.
Dick told me I could. Like you see him come in the front door and all the kids would just like, "Howdy, Dick!" With the teachers right there. They're just like, "Hey, it's his name. Suck my..." Never mind. Hi, Dick! Oh, wait. It'd be like, "Suck my..." Hi, Dick! Whoa.
Oh, my gosh.
Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door.
Check out this pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey! I used to take organ lessons in
Kindergarten? Excuse me?
You know what? Okay, so this is a rejected Angel of Death room floor with a pipe organ.
No, they had a pipe organ in that game.
Oh, they did with the blind preacher dude.
Yeah. Was he blind? I could have sworn
I
it was
think
just
he was
his pupils.
blind.
How do you shoot an arrow into Danny's... never mind. But what kid takes organ lessons in kindergarten? I don't even know where you can go find an organ these days. I've only seen a real organ one time in my life. It was in a church, obviously.
I think I've seen one. I did a baseball stadium tour.
And they had an organ there?
Maybe. They had an organ.
Huh.
Maybe that's where I saw it. I'm not too sure.
I've been to a number of churches in my life, and I've only seen one with a pipe organ.
Angels of Death was not an RPG though, Bill Connor.
Well, it technically was. It was like a horror RPG, you know?
It was kind of, it looked like it was built off of a RPG engine.
Yeah, it's not like a turn-based RPG or anything. But I guess it is technically a role-playing game.
Not true.
They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
Oh no.
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was.
Smooth move, Emma!
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading on his desk. Or in his desk.
Oh, so righto. Have you been swimming lately?
I wish. I haven't gone swimming in years.
I love swimming.
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. Had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Man has China in his office.
Did he really?
Yeah!
Oh, I need to take a look at that. Hey, hey, that jar.
Oh my god, it is the jar.
That jar! Son of a bitch!
Jar!
Son of a bitch! Okay, alright, I'm remembering that.
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and myself, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You know what, I just thought of something else. There's a difference. This King of Prosecutors trophy doesn't have a sword in it. This one does.
True.
Interesting.
That's the murder weapon? No, it was a switchblade.
Well, Jake said it may not have been the murder weapon.
That's true. That is true.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Commemorate?
Commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
The big ass sword?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the shining gold armor.
Oh, that's in his office. You can see it over here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, right there. Dude has a suit of armor. Oh, there's a stair. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh! But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore.
This is the same kind of stuff Mr. White did.
Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
seems that case isn't over yet. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief can't deny our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the Chief's office. Well, I've got one idea. And that's a no-go. Perhaps... There's two things I can try. Aha!
There you go. Hey, pal!
Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
Oh, it's 100% what your sister said. That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, they've been a lot of rumors around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work!
Yes, sir!
Let's go out for lunch again sometime! My treat!
Yeah, yes, sir!
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Oh, these are all different police officers.
Yes, sir! I just imagine every single police has the same voice. They're all like RoboCop.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out.
Right.
I mean, he might have enemies with, like, the Mafia. Remember, he pretty much almost, like, bashed some skulls in to save us?
That is true. He got like 5 people arrested.
Yeah, he was out there just taking names.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Poor Edgeworth.
Poor guy.
Actually, I took a look at that file earlier, while the coffee's brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. They had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's written somewhere in here, okay?
His power of reconciliation never fails to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Well, first,
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of his crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
a businessman. What made him turn to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. And he killed a lady who saw the second accident. A kid walked by just then. He killed him too. A jogger came to the scene and killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjuncture. Why does it sound like, I'm sorry to bring it up, I know everyone hates these memes nowadays, but why does he sound like a really bad imposter from Among Us? Like he's killing someone and then, oh crap, someone saw me! Kill! Oh, someone saw me! Kill!
Well, yeah, you got a fair point, except you do that twice in Among Us, you're done. You're out.
Yeah. Well, that's why he finally got caught, right? He got ejected. With falsified evidence. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
Really?
That man was impressive. He killed 6 people in a row without leaving a trace.
Wow. So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
You know what? That guy probably watched a lot of Breaking Bad. They teach you how to do some crazy stuff in that show.
He watched a combination of Breaking Bad and Forensic Files.
Okay, I've never seen Forensic Files.
It's basically true crime, but it kind of takes the lens of how they figured out the case through forensics. It's really interesting. I think it's on Netflix and maybe some other streaming services.
I don't really have anything.
You can probably find them on YouTube. It's a really old show, so probably no one really cares. So they're probably re-uploaded on YouTube.
You'd be surprised. But, question for another time.
Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Alright, so now we gotta present... I'm half tempted to present him this, to be honest. But I get what the game wants. Actually, you know what? No, I want to see what he says.
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got a award for diligence myself.
Ah! Congratulations!
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten.
That's not bad.
About this.
Hey! Is that...
It has a tag attached to it, with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
The scatterbrained detective.
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
Really?
You don't say.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Oh.
It was found deep inside of the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
That the evidence that was the forge, though?
Could have been.
Devlin back.
Okay, switchblade knife has been updated. The broken tip found in the victim's body belonged to murderer Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
Yeah, I don't think he's the charitable type for us.
Not right now, no.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
Fair enough.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
Stop showing them our useful stuff!
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Well, there has to be something.
Something to change his mind. We don't have anything.
Oh.
So we need to go to the prosecutor's office.
Is there anything new we can wrap? I guess not. Okay. Prosecutor's office.
And then go up to Edgeworth's office.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What? What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
Humph. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken. We stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
Humph. First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Gee, sorry I'm concerned for an old friend.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought the case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
That's the same paper Gant had.
Hey.
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I never cared about ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on this ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something
that
back?
Screwdriver. This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in that case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right. That is weird. Let's show him the trophy. Picture, the picture.
Okay, so a recap. Gant asked him to move this screwdriver to the prosecutor's office.
Yes, and then that body was found in his car after the fact.
How interesting. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutor trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes.
The trophy Mr. Marshall the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Halberd.
Like a sword.
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well.
Oh my god, Phoenix.
He's saving face. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arm merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of both these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Man, can you imagine fucking up so bad that they create a Chinese word based off of you?
After your failure?
Like, that is your punishment. You will not die, but you will live for this shame the rest of your life.
You will live in shame for all of existence.
And random prosecutors in not LA are going to talk about this in like 2,000 plus years.
Are we sure this is LA? This is too clean to be LA.
It's, technically speaking, you learn about it a little bit in the second game. But this is a alternate dimension of LA when the 1918 Japanese acts were never created, where Japanese culture is more accepted in the United States.
Huh. Okay.
Like I said, we will learn a little bit more about that in the second game.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if the result is something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the reward abolished.
Chief Gant. 2 years ago, the Halberd was removed. Huh.
It's been updated. Oh, let's check out that paper.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is standing right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe, is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground!
Let him fall.
Oh, damn.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look. Y'all are bad at this.
What?
Oh.
The letter of R?
Like,
The letter of...
if you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation.
Oh, he's quitting. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Come on, Edgeworth, you're iconic to the series!
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
Now I know how we get ID for Gumshoe.
Ah!
Oh no, Nomad just got into the stream. Didn't realize he didn't get a notification, and he joins right when Edgeworth has the letter of resignation.
Oof.
And I think
he
Edgeworth
walked
is like
in on a
Nomad's
bad
favorite
time.
character.
Sorry,
sorry,
Nomad.
I'm sorry D-Live isn't giving you notifications.
I guess just make sure you have the app updated.
Maybe.
Okay, so anyway, let's head on over to Gumshoe.
Oh, what's going on?
Wait,
here?
hold on.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's her again. Would either of you care for a 1/4 pound of roast beef? Hell yeah, baby! Thank you! I'm so hungry right now.
I'm pretty hungry too.
Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. Are you You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who struck a cow's nipple to discover milk.
I've always wondered that.
Well, that is something I've never thought about until today.
You can't be mad at me for saying it when she says it first. So
No. I can actually imagine like some guy back in the ye old days saw, his infant son probably sucking his wife's breast for milk. So he looks over at a cow. It's like, I wonder. Yank, yank, yank. Whoa! It works!
Have you ever just seen the foods we eat and just thought, like, who was the first person to try this?
A lot of times, actually.
Like an artichoke.
Yeah.
Like, who looked
yeah,
at
the
that
plant.
thing and like, I bet that thing's hiding something good.
Or something like a dragon fruit.
Oh god, that thing, I mean, after you get through the, like, red fruit, like the red skin, it kind of does look somewhat inviting.
I mean, I don't know who keeps eating them. They taste disgusting. You know what else?
I find them
Coconuts.
pleasant. Coconuts are weird.
Coconuts,
But at the same
like,
time,
they're hard to break open, so someone must have really been determined.
They probably were like shaking it around and thought, oh, that's a liquid in there. I'm pretty sure that's something I can drink. That kind of makes sense.
Oh, you know what? Actually, when you put it like that, yeah.
Durians.
Oh my god,
Those
durians.
spiky, smelly things. Who thought, I want to eat that?
Someone was probably like, something's being protected inside there. Let me just get my friggin' rock tools.
Apparently, it's a pretty sweet tasting fruit.
I've never had a durian, but
I've never either, but
they're pretty big
banned.
too, aren't they?
They're big and they're banned in the United States.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because of the smell.
Oh, you gotta be friggin' kidding me.
In Southeast Asia, where durians are a big thing, they're banned from public transit.
Oh, that's so gay.
Because it stinks so bad.
Ugh. You telling me a little soap and water can't fit? Yeah, probably not.
No.
They smell that bad, huh?
Yeah, apparently, I think they use that smell to kind of pollinate with flies.
Huh. I would love to try some durian, but apparently that is never gonna happen.
Well, you never know.
I mean, I don't see myself going to Southeast Asia anytime soon. Unless I got durians in Japan, like that's the only country over there I can think of I'd like to visit. Well, then again,
I'll
there's
visit
also
Japan
Australia. Australia might have durians, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're pretty connected with Asia.
Well, then again, Australia also has like a ton of snakes and spiders, so fuck that.
Anyway, let's continue.
Right.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This all can't be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness.
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Ms. Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than when I was then. All those days all those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. Neil died. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Lana and Chief Gant! That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. Huh? After that case, all of us saved Goodman. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean, oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall?
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr?
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
I just realized, why is she still here? Like, shouldn't she be in jail for... Like, she's not the, like, airtight witness that Edgeworth is claiming.
That's true.
We proved in the first case, the first court date.
I have no idea. She should be in jail, yeah. Or at least a fine, or... I mean, what's the sentence for lying in court?
It kind of depends.
I figured something like that might be like a week in jail.
It depends on prior convictions, probably. I know certain someone, I'm not going to name names, but someone we used to know was charged for that, or someone we don't talk about in this community.
Ah.
I'll tell you later if you're interested, but
Yeah,
they were put on bond for like $500, and I think they have a court date later. So I think it's probably just like a slap on the wrist and a fine.
Fair enough.
It kind of depends on what your criminal record is for that type of stuff.
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
Huh?
Remember when you said there was a connection with Red White?
Yeah.
This entire case has a lot of parallels between other characters. Like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could have caught on with Emma and Lana being Maya and May. Maya and
Mia.
Mia, that's it.
Yeah,
was like,
no,
what
I
is
caught
the-
on to that early. I caught on to the red-white being similar to Damon Gant.
Marshall is based off a character we haven't met yet, but there's another connection as well.
Okay.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chief than I've been. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
All right, bye, Miss Star. Everyone say bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's show him this resignation letter.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files.
Oh, that sucks.
Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ!
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I wonder if there's any new... Nope. All right, then we're just gonna go ahead and... Where is it? There it is.
There it is.
We have 3 rows of evidence. Good lord.
Yes, there's a ton of stuff in here.
I doubt we're gonna use half of it.
We've already used half of it. I don't know why it hasn't been thrown away yet. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too.
Well, he is cold as ice.
He's willing to sacrifice our love. But I know different now. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Gumshoe, for your sacrifice.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Click. Bleep. See the china in his office?
Wow, there is legit China in here.
We're in. If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. Oh!
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Gah!
Did she just slap him?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah!
Oh.
Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Wait. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in his pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card! No, I think we crushed it by putting it in our pocket.
Oh.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're on this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
That's safe.
I see it.
Suit armor.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars this room... do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Respect. You don't...
See, I'm just imagining Emma on a Yoshi doing like tax fraud.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe for intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code. It looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Do you know? We know what it is.
I think I know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Did this actually... Wow!
It worked!
Hooray! Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Let's take a look.
All right.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
A shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Interesting.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all there was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a piece of a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you could prove they have something to do with this case, afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it is my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective.
Okay, let's present the cup, as he calls it, the vase.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that thing back together. Ah, those are the days.
It was literally yesterday. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. The one of the shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That one in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Oh! Now that you mention it, it does ring a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see the shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can fit this piece together again, it'll prove Chief Gant knowingly hid evidence. Here goes.
I think that's it. Oh!
Well. There! Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid this piece of... Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this!
What is it?
This piece that you just attached. It's different from the others. Oh.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe?
Unstable jar. Well, now I need to...
That leather piece kind of looked like Marshall's vest.
Jake Marshall? Oh, him?
Yeah, Neil. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I had to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We don't want you to share your information. Oh, we do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, fingerprint set.
Ah.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Oh, Detective, don't be so hard on yourself.
Got to stay positive.
Fingerprint set. No, like the powder stuff.
Powder?
Right
this
next to the
stuff.
screwdriver? Mm-hmm.
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Jeez.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Oh, sorry.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Oh, God. You buffoon.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth from the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they have been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
Where are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. It's snowing.
It is snowing. It's snowing crack cocaine.
Ah. I give it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a cleaner result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Alright, so I just did that finger. Let's do the middle.
Oh, there we go.
Mmm.
That's a beauty right there.
What part of it's not?
More towards the bottom, I think.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, okay, so we gotta match them.
Mm-hmm. It's not Gantz.
Not quite. Emma?
Emma?
What? What in the hell?
I mean, she was a witness,
No. How can this be?
but why
Oh.
hide it?
No way. I just thought of something.
What?
I don't, maybe I should save it because, like, I think I just had the theory, what if Emma accidentally killed Marshall trying to defend herself?
Maybe.
Oh, shoot. That would explain why Lana's forcing herself to stay silent. Gant would, like, put her sister in... I don't know. It's just theory. No.
A game theory.
Darn it.
Thanks for watching.
No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
I mean, she is a
Hey!
witness.
You found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be, Dark's prints.
Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here. Maybe you should hold on to this.
Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bear Emma Sky's prints. Okay. Now for the desk.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier,
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading inside his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name!
Huh? SL9 incidents. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on. Detective, what did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case! It would appear so. Alright. There's more? Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk! Found this inside the drawer. List of evidence. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, so... what would this list be doing here? Better look a little more into this list.
Okay, so, back...
What's up?
So, I don't know exactly. We should be... We kind of ran the description. We should have everything. Occasionally hear him playing it from the Criminals Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor. This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
The detective screws up. The chief calls him in his office. Makes him listen to the organ for hours.
God dang! What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected?
Listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point.
So apparently we're supposed to see something. Go ahead and just like back out of here.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna try this. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. Okay, the day Joe Drake ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
Oh, there's something.
What?
Check the evidence list in our court record.
Okay. Oh, you know, I probably gotta get out of this dialogue line before that.
Yeah, probably. After receiving his reward trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Nobody ever predicts their death. Gee, you think? Okay, so...
Now we examine that,
Huh? What?
What do we have
Oh!
here?
This is the
Go
picture
ahead and-
Emma drew.
Probably.
I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is this? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about that picture.
All right, now get out.
Okay.
Let's see here. No, you should still be in his office.
Okay. Now what?
One moment, I'm trying to read everything.
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park! Aww.
Oh, talk to Gumshoe. Apparently he has more things to talk about.
Does he? Ah! The desk on the other side of that room. Was that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
And finish up these. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. No, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Oh, what's this? Shadow sent an ice cream. Hey, thanks. Okay. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy!
Make up your mind! Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let that go at that. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help?
Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Uh-oh.
Now that wasn't so now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that right? You in the coat. Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir... Now get out.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you! The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Phoenix, Gumshoe, get her out of there.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
You did not just leave her in the— Oh my god!
Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Oh my god. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept... Wait. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again.
Good luck.
Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh no. Blast it all!
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to do everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Phoenix is pissed.
I would be too.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
You better tell me the rest.
I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
An intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to... silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies.
No, my apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Since the cat's out of the bag, can you stay on this for a moment?
Yeah.
Since Gant, we all know that Gant is evil.
Mm-hmm.
Replace the A's in his name to E's.
Demon Gent?
Demon Gent.
Oh, Demon Gentleman.
Yeah.
This game does a play on words with every single character's name.
Just about every single person.
That's incredible. I think the only people who do not have... I think all the main characters have, like, no play on words. Everybody else has a play on words.
Phoenix has a play on words.
Huh?
His first name is like the mythical bird, the phoenix.
Yeah?
Rise from the ashes.
Uh-huh.
How he's always like down and out, but he finds one piece of evidence to like crack the case.
Son of a bitch, they got him too.
And then Wright, as in like a play on word for right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think Mia or Maya Fey have any words to it, but I think their Japanese names have like some sort of play.
Most likely.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was the second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend on accusing Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsifies evidence in that case.
Well, we got this. But I think the jar is a better idea. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth.
You could have done either or. That
Cool.
would have worked.
Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to corroborate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than corroborate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the truck of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Wow. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct.
But disposing of a body, like...
That's accessory.
Yeah, that's gonna give you a few years at the least.
Plus the forgery, too. Don't forget about that.
Oh yeah, I think at best she's looking at 5 years.
I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife struck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident? Serial killer Joe Dark's knife?
couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him.
I mean, that's desecration of the dead.
Yeah. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes. Seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. So he was dead already.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was the evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. Tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke with him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
He always called himself a lone rider, didn't he?
Yep.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room.
Oh, that was Lana. Whoops.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
Dang.
Yikes.
This can also be called Lana's super bad 3 days. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Like
don't
hell.
pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Like hell I won't. Tomorrow's trial? There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh, Heisenberg.
Yeah.
Well, gang, it all ends this court case. We're gonna save it for next time, however.
Yep.
Holy moly. This is
It's getting good.
this is gonna be intense.
And
I
to
hope you all
think
look. What?
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was doing the outro. What's up?
Just to think, the other cases as well, just as good.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
this game series is has such good writing.
Oh yeah. Guy Wolf Gaming sent an ice cream. Oh, LinkToon sent an ice cream as well. And a lemon. Hey, thanks. Now, and Shadow with an ice cream.
Everyone's sending
And
lemon.
everyone's just sending lemons and ice creams now. Pigmaster Jawware, thank you, all of you.
Would this be considered a lemon party then?
Lemon ice cream. That doesn't sound
Lemon. It's more like lemon sherbet or sherbet.
bad.
That's pretty good. That's like the best sherbet out there.
Never was too big into sherbet. Anyway, we're gonna call it here. So, hope you all are ready for next
5-hour
week.
stream. Holy crap! Next week we put this to end. Oh, by the way, Raised from the Ashes, another reference to Phoenix.
All right. See you guys.
See ya.